Thrilled to have you with us as we get ready to have the big finale of what should be a captivating final showdown between these two top teams, Leeward Islands women and Barbados women. Leeward Islands women have an unblemished record heading to this final. They remain unbeaten and hoping to continue their winning ways in this all-important final. Barbados, they lost just one game, that match against the Leeward Islands. But that's all behind us now, as this is a new day with lots to look forward to as these two teams continue to battle two of the best teams in the tournament that we have seen so far. And we are continuing to be live from the beautiful island of St. Vincent and the Grenadines here at the picturesque Annisvale playing field. And alongside me for company, I have Mr. Osnet Cato. Good night to you, Osnet.
Good night to you, Stacey. Good night to all our viewers and wherever you're tuning to view this broadcast. Certainly, two of the most consistent teams in the tournament, two teams that have displayed a sense of pride, consistency, talent, and it's all culminating here tonight at the Annisvale Sporting Complex.
Yeah, so news from the middle. Leeward Islands women have won the toss, decided to have a bat first. What they did against Barbados in the preliminary round, they did bat first and go on to win that contest. So we have the teams for you tonight. Leeward Islands women, they're already looking ready. The two openers there waiting on the Barbados team. The two umpires, Jacqueline Williams and umpire Gustard. But the teams tonight, Leeward Islands, Amanda Edwards, Jazara Claxton, Shawnisha Hector, Roselle Leibord, Davronique Maynard, Casey Boyle, Tonya Martin, Renice Boyce, Kiana Joseph, Jess St. John and Cheyenne Moses to round out the 11 for Leeward Islands. And how about the Barbados 11, Osnet?
Pretty much an unchanged 11, the Barbados team throughout the tournament. You have Captain Alia Alain, Trishan Holder, Asabi Calendar, Shanika Bruce, Alyssa Gordon, Ebony Brathwaite, Peony Herbert Myers, Shamilia Connell, Najani Cumberbatch, Keelia Elliott and Shakira Selman. So certainly a mix of youth and experience here for the Barbados team, looking to bring this one home.
Yeah, and just to put things into context for you, Leeward Islands women, they have never won a trophy at the regional level. In fact, this is their first final. Barbados women, on the other hand, have won multiple times. Their last victory coming in 2023. Apart from the trophy, prize money tonight that these two teams are playing for, 20,000 US. Runners-up will receive $10,000. So all on the line. Kick things off for Barbados with ball in hand. Nijani Cumberbatch. Shawnisha Hector to take for strike. That's a bit short, and she has been punished. Off a nice high bat lift there from Shawnisha Hector, and she's on the way. Leeward Islands on their way as well.
Pretty much in line with what we've seen throughout the tournament from the openers for the Leeward Island team. Really a short delivery asking to be hit, and Shawnisha Hector, with the form that she's coming into this final in, wasn't going to miss out on that opportunity. Quite belligerent through the onside on that occasion.
And Nijani Cumberbatch has been overtaken on that leaderboard of most wickets. Mini Munisa now with 13. She has 11. A better length, better line as well to Shawnisha Hector, after allowing her the room to free her arms. It's a good comeback delivery there from the youngster.
Indeed so, and she'll need to bowl well at Hector. Perhaps prefer the pace coming on Hector, but she'll have to contend with the spin of Cumberbatch here at the start of this innings.
Looking to access that onside is Hector, but just missing it.
Big swipe across the line there from Hector. I think she'll be best advised to go through the offside if possible.
Gets this one. Oh, it's been put down. So an early chance. Nijani Cumberbatch just looking up to the lights, to the heavens perhaps. Shawnisha Hector gets a life.
Certainly not holding back Hector. Looking to be positive from the start, and in the end presenting a rather simple opportunity there, not accepted by Cumberbatch.
Yeah, Shawnisha Hector in with the runs and the wickets in this tournament. It's a wicket that You'll dearly love to see the back of very early Hector. 78 runs coming into this match. Swan, she latches onto it and more power on display. Slightly short and dispatched. At the end of the first over, Leeward Islands 8 without loss.
She's brutal on that particular length, especially that line coming back into the right-hander. A bit of turn there for Cumberbatch, but the length offering the opportunity for Hector to free her arms for a second time in the over, and that is what she did quite comfortably in the end. And 2 boundaries to start proceedings there. Leeward Islands, they're up to 8 without loss in this final.
Kiana Joseph to face her first delivery, opting to go with Shamilia Connell. First up to her. Kiana Joseph with just 33 runs in this tournament. Not something we've grown accustomed to by her standards, but it's a big final. Starts a bit wide outside the off stump. It's a ploy that we've seen a number of teams bowl against Kiana. Just starting it wide outside the off stump to her. There's a slip in place as well and a packed offside field.
I think it's a good option, Stacey. You know that she's very severe on anything on her body.
Flashing at that one. Kiana Joseph looking to field bat on ball, but misses out again. So the width is working so far.
Indeed so. Experienced campaigner Connell getting a bit of movement away from the left-hander as well. So starting wide and even going further away from the left-hander.
So one a bit closer at that time. Watchful Kiana. Just pats it back. Fielders in the circle there. Ebony Brathwaite, youngster in this competition, has lit up the tournament with bat in hand. We'll see her later on. Now it's all about the duo in the middle for Leeward Islands, Hector and Kiana Joseph, looking to find her best form. One is fuller, but still width offered. Cannot connect just yet. 4 dots in this over.
Very good start here from Connell. Good carry through to the wicket keeper as well, Trishan Holder. Bit of pace, bit of zip off the wicket. Normally happens here at the Islandsville Sporting Complex under the lights.
One just continuing on that wide line. I'm wondering if perhaps given the line that she's opted for, Kiana could look to adjust where she's standing, perhaps take a change of guard, just to get closer to access it. Until then, Shamilia Connell is pulling off a spectacular second over for Barbados after that first. With this time, she makes contact and it races across the boundary to end the second with a 4. Kiana is off the mark as well. Leeward Islands women 12 without loss.
But it was only a matter of time before she got some sort of connection on these deliveries. This one a bit fuller on this occasion. But reaching for it was Kiana Joseph. Just got enough bat onto that delivery. And as long as she pierces that offside ring, it was always going to be 4 runs. Good time off the cricket ball, Kiana Joseph. She's up and running. And a boundary to end that second over. Leeward Islands, they're up to 12 without loss.
You know, this is what you're going to get from Leeward Islands. They are going to play their shot. We mentioned Kiana Joseph form coming into this match. 33 runs prior to that boundary. One big score of 29. She will want to make a statement in this final. As Hector is making a statement of sorts. She has been put down and now she takes Nijani Cumberbatch all the way for the first maximum of this final.
Not the sort of player you want to put down at any point in the tournament. much less in a final. And Hector, we saw how power throughout the tournament. Started the tournament with a bang, scoring a half century, and I'm sure her eyes will be set on really putting up a significant contribution here for her team in this grand final.
Yeah, it's just been a fearless approach throughout the Leeward Islands batting lineup. Something you will say perhaps why they're in this final. Not afraid to maximize the power play when they can. Nijani Cumberbatch with her second delivery. And again, this time through the hands of Alison Gordon, but Selman is there to back it up. So continuing to take the ball into the leg side. A plan probably almost coming to fruition there. The way the field is set, not to be though.
Bit of a half chance, you would say. Interesting if we see that replay again. It was hit quite powerfully again through the onside by Hector. Gordon there at short mid-wicket on the edge of the 25-yard circle, but it sped past her outstretched hands. And thankfully for Barbados, a bit of cover there on the deep mid-wicket boundary, but certainly an opportunity again. Not as simple as the previous one, but certainly one that you would want to hold on to, given the caliber of player we're dealing with.
Kiana facing her first delivery from the off spin of Nijani Cumberbatch. This places this one in the gap, but two fielders out for Kiana. Shakira Selman at cover on someone at deep square, but does her job and gets the powerful Shanisha Hector back on strike.
Looking at the field, it's a field that is fortified on the onside. Couple of deep fielders, that deep square leg and deep mid-wicket.
Looking to take this one down the ground that time. Just planting her back foot, Shanisha Hector. Letting her back do the talking. Eases this one into the onside. Something you don't think you see from this pair, but I must say, brilliant running between these two. Taking that quick single, well judged as well.
Good cricket from these two. They know the Barbadian that they will come hard at them. So most of the fielders in the circle, they are back on the 25-yard circle. So it's also an opportunity for these two to just use soft hands at times whenever the opportunity doesn't present itself to hit a boundary.
A dot to finish the third. Leeward Islands women starting in a hurry, 21 without loss. Shanisha Hector has faced 10 deliveries in this match so far, all being faced by the upspin of Nijani Cumberbatch. Facing some extra pace, whipping this one off her pads. Should be looking for two. Not good running, I'll say. After we just complimented them about that well-judged single, but they settled for one on that occasion.
Not the best of communication on that occasion. Joseph, for a while there, just seemed quite satisfied with a single. Her partner, on the other hand, Hector, looking for that second run, and I think it was easily 2 runs on offer on that occasion.
Continuing with that wide line plan to Kiana. It's not a bad plan, given that there was just 4 runs scored in the previous over, and Kiana had to reach for it. She didn't manage to find the gap. It's also a line that's fraught with danger, because if she does connect and it passes the infield, it's going to be 4 because she hits the ball quite powerfully.
Certainly an intentional ploy to adapt that particular line outside the off stump. We mentioned that she's also getting a bit of movement as well. I think in the last over, the delivery that was punched through the covers, that was a bit fuller than what we saw throughout the over. I think that last length is a good length that she can persist with Connell. Slip as well in position, so a bit of attacking cricketer from the Barbados team.
Yeah, similar line. Perhaps learning as well from Shamilia Connell. When these two met earlier, Kiana Joseph took her to the cleaners. I think something like 14 runs off that over. She was trying to bowl her a bit wide, but there was a lot of bunks, and she was bowling her a lot shorter as well. So Kiana Joseph, such quick hands she has, was able to access that leg side boundary quite easily. Hit her for 6 and 2 fours in that region. So slight adjustment coming from Shamilia Connell, who's winning the battle so far. This one is Fuller. It hit straight to Sabi Calendar.
Good over so far from Connell. Using all of our experience. Good matchup as well to West Indies players. Always good to see that standard of competition among the players.
Almost chops it on. Or did she? Yes, she did indeed, actually. She did chop it on. It started from the reaction of the bowler, who didn't seem excited. Perhaps she didn't notice. But Kiana Joseph, after being frustrated by the wider line, tried to do something. Unfortunately for her, she has to go back without troubling the score as much. 22 now for 1. Barbados woman getting that early breakthrough.
Very good piece of bowling there from Connell. Bit of a slow delivery as well. Had to wait for it. Kiana Joseph was already winding up to go through the offside, like she has attempted on a number of occasions so far in this innings. But the lack of pace on that delivery just caused a bit of indecision, and in the end, just getting the inner portion of the bat back onto the stumps. A bit of an unfortunate dismissal for Kiana Joseph, but such has been the nature of our series and this tournament.
Yeah, I must say, it's been an outstanding piece of bowling from Shamilia Connell so far in this match, especially what has transpired at the other end. She's only gone for 5 runs, but the way she's been bowling to Kiana, she kept pushing it wide of her. You saw Kiana making that adjustment, coming across to the offside, using her crease, and then, as you mentioned, that slower delivery, good bounce as well. But Renice Boyce, a woman in form, to face her first delivery, she's off the mark as well.
Just tickling that one down to that fine leg region. Fielder there at long leg, a bit wide. Wicketkeeper Trishan Hold on that occasion, just managing to limit in the battle to a single. It's the end of the over, 23 for 1. 4 overs completed.
.23 for 1 at the end of 4 overs. Barbados women answering back really after that partnership was threatening to take things away in the power play. Charnisha Hector still there, though 17 off 11 deliveries, but Kiana threatened for a bit. He has been dismissed for 5. Renice Boyce though, woman in form for Leeward Islands. 98 runs she has in this tournament so far and has an opportunity to add to that, 99 in fact, with that single that she took off the first ball. Skipper Alia Alin having a good tournament herself with batting ball. About to pull her first delivery. That's bang on target there, Skipper Alia Alin.
Good tournament with the bat. Renice Boyce. Couple of vital knocks for the Leeward Islands throughout this tournament. Has batted with a bit of maturity and has managed to get the team off to reasonable starts, and at times managed to just shepherd that middle order. Yeah, quite watchful so far, Renice Boyce, with the loss of that wicket.
just looking to play herself in, boys. I will say though, one of the best things here is to get Hector on strike. She's red hot at the moment. You don't want to deter her of the strike, given the form that she's showing so far in this contest.
Indeed so. Always important to bat in partnerships. Leeward Islands will need one at this time.
Another dot. The 3 dots in a row now. Don't want this to soak in this sort of pressure after the start that they've had. Yes, they've lost the wicket of Kiana, but Shanisha Hector is in good hitting form. So has to find a way to get a single, at least to get off strike and get Hector back on strike. Really close. Those 2 lines there close to the stump, so it won't be called a wide.
Good start to the over from Alain. Mentioned that she's a very consistent performer in the tournament so far with the bat as well as with the ball. I'm sure she'll want to lead from the front, being the captain of this outfit as well. So far, hasn't afforded any sort of room for boys, something that she would thrive on, getting the ball to come back into the right-hander as well.
Looking to run that one down, boys. Yeah, good knowledge on display here from Alia Alin and using it as well. Played, show both of these players may have met in camps and footages that she's seen throughout the tournament of Rooney's boys, how much she thrives on that width. Nicely bowled, but get a single to finish the 5th. 1 run coming from it. Leeward Islands women 24 for 1.
Good start to a spell there, Aline. Just bowling a tight line outside the off stump, coming back into boys and just conceding 1 run from that over. Leeward Islands off to a reasonable start. Saw the likes of Hector dominating quite early, but that wicket of Kiana Joseph crucial to the efforts of the Barbados team so far. As Connell continues here from the Beckway end, and to continue proceedings here in the commentary box, we have Mr. Kesrick Williams. Good night to you, Kesrick.
Good night to you. Calm night so far. Few little shots here and there, but still looking like they have things under control, Barbados. Good night to you, Mr. Cato. How are you doing?
Doing quite fine. Just looking forward to some good cricket. This one was short and looking to pull that one in the region of mid-wicket. Getting the top edge and the wicketkeeper holder can't take that one cleanly. Bit too late on that one, holder, but in the end, quite fortuitous. But Hector will welcome it nonetheless.
Yeah, you're going to always welcome boundaries. Sometimes they come like that, but it shows a sort of bounce and pace in the surface.
I'm glad you mentioned the surface, Kesrick. We've seen quite a bit of cricket played here at the Annis Way Sporting Complex throughout this tournament. And it just seemed to me, I'm not sure you're the expert here in terms of bowling, under the lights, there just seemed to be a bit more zip off the wicket. We saw Hector herself bowling a spell a couple of nights ago, bit of pace and bounce, and now we're seeing Connell here getting it going through quite nicely. As this one is in the air, a chance for a catch. And once again, just falling short of the field that they're running in. Cumberbatch it is from mid-off. So Hector living on the edge. But that's the kind of cricketer she is.
Yeah, definitely looks like a slower delivery. Going through it. So all hands wasn't in any position to play that shot. Still managed to get some bat onto it, but didn't get anywhere. To run that down. And this is something that you will get from Boyce. She's that type of player. She's not that player that looks to bash it all the time, but that little dab and the little sweeps and the dinks. Not a lot of females in the tournament have that, but I think she's one of the players in this tournament that have a sound technique.
This one is short and pulling it, but well set field there from Barbados. Something that we have seen from them throughout the tournament, getting the angles right, and that's very important, especially when you have batters with attacking intent. But it's the end of the power play. 6 overs completed. Leeward Islands, after winning the toss and batting first here tonight in this grand final, they're 31 for 1.
Yeah, not a bad start, especially in the final. Losing one of their top batters early. Couldn't really find the middle of the bat in Kiana Joseph. As long as Hector is there, she can bat through the middle with Ronnie's boys, who we know can hit the ball, scored a 50 that we all enjoyed. So something like that will definitely be very encouraging going into the bowling innings for Leeward if she can bat to the end and give them a good total. Certainly Barbados will be thinking different.
Indeed so. Captain Alain to continue proceedings. You mentioned Boyce, and she just seemed to be calm at times, has good temperament. They will need that, the Leeward Islands, if they are to post a competitive total tonight. This one is walked neatly again. Down to fine leg. Oh, but Myers, big off spinner, coming around to her left. But I think that should be the game plan for the Leeward Island team moving forward. Boys just trying to get used to conditions once again, giving most of the strike to Hector and trying to get some sort of a partnership going and get some impetus into the innings.
It's all about that momentum, innit? Trying to let Hector face most of these deliveries. Heard it a while ago. She's somewhat red hot now. So if she faces most of these deliveries, Leeward will get to a good score. I like the fact that you mentioned something, Kato. You mentioned about the pitch in terms of the bounce, the carry at nights. Not saying that it don't do the same thing in the day, but at nights I think the reason for it is because of that dew factor. A little bit more dew on the pitch, so the ball sort of come through a bit more. Hence the reason for less spin at nights. And then these females, they have to grip the ball a bit more. Sometimes this one going down like that. Sometimes what happens with that as well, Kate, is that when you grip the ball a bit tighter, we saw it tonight from Kamabach pulling down on the ball, got hit 2 mid-wicket for 2 early boundaries. And that's with a new ball plus the dew factor. But in the day, what happens is a lot drier, and the ball turns a bit more in the daytime.
This one is thumped, shot into the gap. It does. Bit of power once again on show from Shawnisha Hector. Full length delivery, just tugging that one through her favorite position on the onside. Fielder there at deep mid wicket, and long on had no chance really. So she continues to dominate and dominates early here in this final.
A little bit of inward movement, but started a bit too wide. So it finished on the line of the 4th stump. That is usually the area that she likes. She likes arms. She likes a bit of width. And bisecting both fielders out there, Selman, and it looks like Kamabach.
Worked again nicely down to long on. Certainly timing it well, Hector. 27 from 18, so scoring quite effectively. something that we can't say for a lot of players in this tournament, especially coming out of the power play. Good delivery to end proceedings, and 2 overs completed there from Allen. Quite economical so far, none for 7. But the Leeward Islands looking to set a competitive total here, batting first in this finals Cricket West Indies Women's T20 Blaze. They're up to 37 for 1, 7 overs completed.
I'll mention something to you, Kato, that I like about Barbados. Their boundary riders have been their boundary riders for the entire tournament. You look at Naijami, Kamabash, and Selman down there, long on and deep mid wicket, and sometimes Bruce on the square leg boundary. More than half the time of this tournament, these 3 fielders are on the boundary. What I'm surprised about is the fact that Naijami Kamabash drop a few catches down at long on, but there's still a confidence to place her in that position. And this is something that I like, showing confidence in your young players, letting them know that this is the position that I want you to feel. We're confident that you're going to do well there, and we're going to stick with you there even though you drop a bit of catches. And this is good for the young lady. This is good from Barbados coaching staff as well.
We're talking about Cumberbatch back into the attack from the opposite end this time around. Somewhat taken to the cleaners by Hector earlier on in the power play. Into the 8th over, so it's an opportunity for her to get a bit of feelers protecting those boundary areas that we know Hector is likely to score in, namely deep mid wicket, as this one is high in the air. Chance again, and dropped. Herbert Myers never looked comfortable under that catch, and in the end getting nowhere close to it, and Hector continues to live a charmed life.
Yeah, it spun a bit. Yeah, those steeplers, even difficult for men as well, Kato, running back, especially under the lights. Yeah, pretty sure that the captain is feeding a little bit down because you need to remove someone like a Hector. Not sure what the appeal is about. Maybe it brushed the pads before hitting the bat. Probably would like to see that again to probably comment on it, Kato.
It's off the middle of the bat, Keswick.
Definitely.
Rather hopeful appeal from the Barbadian team.
What I would like to see them do is sort of pressure Boyce. She's not the type of player that's going to go hard at you, and probably let the fielders go on the circle, maybe when Hector is batting. They're trying to sweep it outside the line of the off stump. It's going through the keeper for a single. So this is what I would like to see, a leg by that is. This is what I would like to see. Probably pressure Boyce, because she's not the type of batter that go helter-skelter. And whenever Hector is on strike, yeah, put the fielders on the circle. She's not gonna look to get the single. She's gonna try to get runs. She's the aggressor. Well, a dot to finish things off. The score is now 39 for 1. Yeah, just looking at the match summary a little bit there. Just looking at the Leeward's team, Kiana Joseph not really scoring tonight, just 5. Couldn't really find her hitting range. I think they bowled well to her tonight. They didn't really give her that type of arms that she usually look for. They kept it on the line of the, just outside the third stump. So they were on the line of third stump and just outside. She likes the ball when it's on 5th, 6th stump to use that arm to pull it around the mid-wicket region. And when you stray too much on leg stump, it's always an easy flick for her. So she didn't get that tonight, which was good on Barbados' part. They bowl good lines, tight lines. That's the reason why they're in this position. This one slugged out to deep mid-wicket. Good work from the skipper. It's also a change of bowling. Shanika Bruce is with ball in hand. Out there on the boundary again, you could see it. The three fielders on the boundary now. Selman, Eileen, Kamabash and Kalinda out sweep. So you need to let her bat. If she can bat a few more dot balls for you, try to get her out, yes, because she can actually excel. She can actually go on and score runs. She can hit the ball. But the main person to get out here, Kato, you have to get rid of Hector if you want to take them down under 120.
Indeed so. But as you mentioned, Boyce can play a perfect foil for Hector in this case. So far hasn't been scoring quite fluently like we've seen throughout the tournament. Certainly in need of a partnership with Leeward Islands, something from which they can launch from maybe in the 14th-15th over.
They're launching this one. Do they have the legs? Oh, just falling. Another jump catch again from Kamabach. It went high, Kato. They didn't have enough legs to get to the boundary. Running in. But spilling another one is Kamabach.
Another difficult chance. As you mentioned, all is never easy under the lights. But having gotten there, you would expect a good fielder like her to complete the catch. But it's another opportunity given to Hector once again. Second time around from Kamabach.
Usually say the second time is a charm. Do not get a third chance. Do not want to be dropping these catches, especially Hector. But this one is flicked out to square leg. Selman doing chase. She's been gazing. This could be a run out. This could be a run out and a bad show from the keeper. Another chance gone. Barbados not making use of it.
Another opportunity goes a begging there for the Barbados team. Boyce turning blindly there, not really communicating well with her partner. In the end, Hector had to put in the afterburners, but not the best collection there from Bruce, and offers another opportunity for Hector to continue along her merry way.
They're missing out on chances here, Barbados. Their boys using the ping down and hitting it down the ground. Just a single. That we could have gotten a replay to see that again. But that's a singler to end things off. The score is now 46-1.
Yeah, this partnership building and building quite slowly. Hector continuing to be positive, looking to maintain her strike rate and the scoring rate of the Leeward Islands team, currently at 5.11. I'm sure they'll want to get that up to 6 and beyond at some point in time. Boyce slowly getting into her own. Timed the ball quite well. And a projected score 102 currently. I'm thinking in a final he won something in the region of 115, 120, given what we have seen so far in the tournament.
Always look competitive when the score gets to 110, 15. I think we could clearly say 120 or 120 is adding a lot of pressure on the team that's coming into bat. Scoreboard pressure.
Agreed. Mind you, that's given what we have seen so far in the tournament. Scores, the level of competency in terms of batting.
mentioned it earlier. I think what's happening with Nigel Cumberbatch is the fact that she's gripping it so tight because the due effect, and she's pulling down on the delivery, hence the reason why it's falling short. Back to get to Darby Calendar. Yeah, deep square leg. That one, a little bit of an inside edge.
Because it's good to see the captain persisting here with Cumberbatch. You mentioned that Hector would have taken a liking to her bowling earlier, but she has come back quite admirably in her second spell from this backward end. This one is powered into the gap. Fielder there comes around and does the tidying up, but shot quite powerfully. But again, good angles from the captain and perhaps the wicket keeper.
Yeah, this is good work from the captain, moving from deep mid-wicket to deep mid-wicket, putting herself in pressure situations.
Oh, it's lovely. Through the offside. The best of Rennie's boys so far. Through the offside. Her first boundary. Leeward Islands 50 coming up in the 10th over. They're up to 52 for 1.
Yeah, outstanding. It's a stand and deliver shot. Goes right in the half, right in the arc. Yeah, easy shot for Rennie's boy. Something that we become accustomed to. And we mentioned she will knock it around, but she do change gears at times.
Good comeback, a bit quicker, a bit flatter. Looking for a favorite shot there, boys. Looking to run that one through the third man region. Bit of bounce as well. This one is sweeping and sweeping well. All the way for 6. Massive shot there from Boyce. Ending the spell from Cumberbatch with a bang. 4 and then 6. As Leeward Islands, they get a move on. They're up to 58 for 1 at the halfway stage. This time we'll take a short break as the players go for some refreshments, and we'll rejoin you in just a couple of minutes' time.
Yes, we're back here at the Arnisville playing field after a short drinks break. Saw the coach for Barbados asking the players to please slow it down. Spin. Don't bowl it too fast. Slow down the game. No rushing. Almost give a Bajan accent there. But not sure if you can do a Bajan accent, Stacey, but welcome. I want to see what accent you have.
Fully Vincentian.
That is hit down the ground again. Not a lot of power. They hit straight to Nigel Kamabash. Just a single. And he was saying that accent?
Yeah, fully Vincentian. You're doing a good interpretation of a Bajan accent. It's close. You mentioned that he may have said to slow things down, but they've started with Bruce. She isn't the quickest of the pacers that they have, though.
This delivery, say it just like how he say it. See, think what the S would say. They're saying, wanna go slow it down. Going too fast, you go slow down the game. Ain't going nowhere yet. Go slow it down. Come on. Let's stay focused here, guys. I think that's my interpretation of a Bajan right there.
Fabulous job.
They're trying to go across the line. But that one is going down the line of the leg stump. Hence the reason why she played the shot. And that is something that I think that she does very well. She look at where the ball is pitching, where it's going to play her shots. That one definitely missed the leg stump. The angle as well. Good decision from Gustard. Well, this is class. This is what I'm talking about. Opening the face. A lot of work for Gordon. Yeah, pulled it off in the end. Yeah, we need to look at that again because I think her feet was on the rope while throwing, so we want to see that again. Yeah, this is class. Look at that. Right off the face, Stacey.
Yeah, smartly done there by Renice Boyce. And with those 2 runs, she is now the leading run scorer in this tournament with 122 runs. Janila Glasgow in second place with 120. Stephanie Taylor with 109. But well batted Renice Boyce.
Well deserved. Definitely that number 3 batter that a team needs always comes in, try to contend, keep up the momentum. As long as she stays there, this could be trouble for Barbados with someone like a Hector. Stacey mentioned it. You don't want to starve off the strike either because you don't want it to get too cold. Yeah, but it's the end of the over. A singlet to finish. The score is now 62-1.
Yeah, Renice Boyce, she started slowly. She was just looking to get her eye in. She's catching up now, 25 of 29 deliveries. But she also has power. So if she's able to continue to bat throughout this innings, she's someone that can bring that fireworks for Leeward Islands at the back end, just as Shanisha Hector can. So yes, Shanisha Hector is there, but now from what we've seen with Renice Boyce opening up her shoulders, 2 batters looking to maximize the rest of the 9 overs that's remaining.
Yeah, one of their main spinners is bowling now. I'm really looking to see when would Elliott be introduced, because usually she will come on at 11, 12 or 13 overs to bowl. Haven't seen her as yet, but I'm wondering, would she bowl at the other end? Trying to sweep, didn't get a lot of bat onto it. It's added bounce. The pitch continues to be a good one.
Yeah, Tiani Herbert Mayers with 7 wickets in this tournament so far. So a reliable bowler for Barbados in this period of the game.
smash, and smash with a lot of power. Yeah, no chance for Connell. There was hit down the ground. It was slow on the line of the fourth stump. Yeah, and down the ground she goes.
Yeah, that was perhaps the best shot that Shanisha Hector has played for the night. And I'll say that because usually you see her trying to take the off spinners to the onside. But she picked the gap perfectly. Nice balance and really good hands through the shot to get it into the gap. So well done there by Hector.
Yeah, trying to go again. Elliott is under it. Running for a catch is Gordon. I'm pretty sure that Elliott was a lot closer looking for the catch at point. Didn't see Gordon coming. Well, Holder, sorry, who's the wicket keeper. They're trying to go too long on again. Only finding the edge. Not a lot of turn this time from Tiani Herbert-Mears.
Yeah, I was just complimenting her playing that shot to the offside. That time looking to take it to the leg side. Top edge.
They're pulling. And straight to Asabi. She's not going to make a mistake. One of their better fielders, Barbados. Yeah, and she always comes on to the bowling, creates an opportunity, was spilled in the last ball. No, picked up the wicket of Boyce.
Yeah, important strike for Barbados. This partnership was threatening to be a big one to take it away. Just very slow and into the surface. Renice Boyce looking to access that onside, but only manages to pick out the safe hands of Asabi Kalinda. Well judged catch there, settling nicely into her hands. So an important breakthrough for Barbados. But I must say that was a really good partnership. A partnership of 46 and 48 balls. It allows the other batters to come in and really play the sort of game that we've known Leeward Islands to play in this tournament. 8 overs after this one remaining.
There's such a good position to walk in as a skipper who have been doing a fine job for them with bat and ball. Coming in to meet Shanisha Hector, who's on 36. So it's all about keeping up the momentum, because when you look at the batting lineup for Leewards, they do have a lot of batters in the hut. Still Claxton to come, and Martin, who can hit the ball. So this is a very good position that Leeward Islands is in. Immediately a little bit of bounce and turn, doing a little bit too much for Edwards. So a really good over for Barbados and Tiani Herbert-Mears. They're picking up the wicket of Renice Boyce. Bit too much bounce there. The score is now 68-2 at the end of 12.
Captain Amanda Edwards, 94 runs to her name. If she has a good knock here, she can overtake Renice Boyce to get most runs in the tournament. But I don't think that'll be in the back of her mind. She'll want to get as many runs as possible for her team to lift the trophy at the end of tonight. As Shanika Bruce continues.
That was hit hard, but well done from Bruce.
Yeah, it's been a lucky streak for Shanisha Hector tonight. She's been dropped 3 times, a missed run-out chance, and a really close call as well for another catch by Tiani Herbert-Mears. So at this point in time, it looks as if she could just hit the ball in the air and get away with it.
Do you think we may get some fireworks from her? Maybe at the end. 3 drop chances.
Are we having fireworks now? From her, the way she started and looking to continue. Yeah, but if you looked at the way Renice Boyce played, you must commend her. Given what transpired in the last game when these two met, they were 47 for 6 at one point in time. Yes, they managed to put a partnership together at the back end, get them to 118. But any team at 47 for 6, any team at 47 for 6, you don't want to find yourself in that sort of position in a final, a pressure game, especially this being the first time Leeward Islands are in a final.
Yeah, they missed out last year. The finals, they played some good cricket as well last year. This year, they find themselves in the finals. And anyone that come to watch this tournament will definitely say they deserve to be in the finals. Both teams that are playing tonight outplayed all teams. They played well. You could have seen a plan and they were well executed. Why delivery from Bruce? I think what she's looking to do is trying to get Edwards to hit the ball on the offside. Most of these females hit the ball well to the onside, and that's because a lot of the females use their bottom hand. So their bottom hand is very heavy onto the bat. So they tug the ball a lot to the onside. But going straight down the ground. Not a lot of bat. Wouldn't get to the boundary, just a single.
Yes, an area that she looks to target, Amanda Edwards. I'm sure if you had a wagon wheel, you see that most of our runs comes in the region of long on and mid-wicket. So you see what Bruce is trying to do, just trying to keep it a touch on the off stump. It's a good plan so far from Shanika Bruce.
Pretty sure if you have a wagon wheel to look at in this tournament, you will have a stiff-necked left shoulder. Almost everything is on to the onside. Whereas standing, it's the end of the over. Single to finish things. The score is 72-2.
Seen a reluctance by Barbados tonight, you'll say, given up to this point in the tournament, by the 13th is usually when Keelia Elliott has been introduced. However, Tiani Herbert-Mayers did pick up that wicket off Rinnie's boys. So, yes, she can continue there looking for another.
And quite shocking as well, both batters at the crease are right-handers. Keelia Elliott bowls that leg spin, so it's going away from both batters. I would prefer to probably see a leg spinner on the ball. Fair enough, Tiani Herbert-Mayers is doing a fine job, usually do for Barbados. It's all about that matchup now, trying to get a wicket. Not this time. Not this time. Well played. Using her feet well over the head of Connell. One bounce for 4.
Yeah, splendid shot there from Shanisha Hector. Keeping her shape and accessing that offside where we haven't seen a lot of shots executed so far. So really good there from Shanisha Hector. That's the second shot played for 4 in that region by Shanisha Hector. Well done to her. Holding the pose through that shot.
Well, immediately a change of field. Asking the sweep to come up and then pushing back that long off. And striking it down the ground nicely just for a single. Not looking to overhit it. This is smart. She wants the back to the end, Stacey.
Yeah, 43 from 35. Close to another, notching up another half century in this tournament. She's taken to this opening role splendidly well so far, Shanisha Hector.
Even the due factor tonight, and Herbert is still looking to spin it, which is good. This is good. This is really good from Herbert. Slower delivery, Fuller looking for her, and it's not there. Amanda, how could you do that? It was never there for a run. Good work from the skipper, Alia Aline. Yeah, she has to go. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Aline is one of the best fielders out there. She's sharp, quick work from her. She's going to get to the ball quickly. Amanda Edwards just hit it and took off. Shanisha Hector right away was not interested, but she kept running. Can't really fault the non-striker for that. she wasn't going to give up her wicket, given how she started so well. Amanda Edwards has to go back. She doesn't have the luck that Shanisha has tonight.
Yeah, it was never a run. Immediately, Hector was signaling no. But is this luck for Barbados? Or is it bad luck? Because Claxton is walking in, someone that we know that attacks a lot more than Edwards. Yeah, it was never a run, Stacey. Look, she was never looking for a run.
Yeah.
And knowing that Hector is in this sort of form in this game, should not be upset that you're run out. Have someone at the crease. If she can bat the 20 overs, I'm telling you, you guys going to score about 125.
Yeah, Leeward Islands, they have to be careful here as well. And they're in danger of throwing away that good start, especially if they lose Shanisha Hector now. Bruce to bowl her fourth. Yeah, they've had two partnerships, two good enough partnerships so far. Leeward Islands, one of 22, the other of 46. So you need more partnerships to continue and in a hurry. And they are able to do that with the power that they have. Having said that, they've lost Amanda Edwards, who has displayed tremendous power and her hitting ability in this tournament. She's gone now. Claxton is there. Really showed her capabilities in that last match versus Windward Islands.
Setting the field well, because Claxton is that type of batter that looks to sweep the ball. So making sure that fielder is out there deep square leg. Shout out to the Jamaican players in the stand. Good work from the skipper. She's all over tonight, Stacey.
Yeah, she has to be. You've seen her throughout this tournament. She knows how important her role is. Bat, ball, and in the field. We've already seen her execute a run out.
Back in the deep mid-wicket region is Ali Ali. They're going down the ground just for a single. Easy work from Connell. Probably will see her on the ball pretty soon. Didn't start too bad. Haven't seen Gordon as yet. Pulls her pace. With the new ball, she looks to outswing the ball. Still haven't seen Elliott either. Away from backs. And you know to hit through the offside that time.
Yeah, Bruce in the middle of a good spell. It's been a thoughtful spell from her, thinking every delivery she's delivering to these battles. Hasn't picked up a wicket just yet, but has done a fine job for her team so far.
And tried to bowl a slower delivery, but she executed it well. As it was hit down the ground. If she only had a little bit more bat onto that, it probably would have gone straight into the hands of Connell down there at long on. Something that Barbados do pretty well. The fast bowler that is just bowl some really good slow balls. Yeah, this is smash straight to Alindo. Yeah, good work down there. Yeah, just a single. It was really smashed hard, Stacey. But just a single to end things off. Yeah, the score is now 82 for 3 after 15.
So we're into the business end of the innings. Yeah, we're coming up to the business end of the innings now. This is the period where teams will look to capitalize on the good starts that they've had. I'm talking about a good start. This has been put away with authority and disdain. And what a way to get to a second half century in this match. What wonderful ball striking from Shanisha Hector.
Well played by Hector. Bit fortuitous at times. Given a couple of lives from the Barbadians, but she's soldiered on, and for a while she's threatening for that particular shot. This occasion, timing it well, and whenever Hector times it well, it does go all the way.
Solid shot down the ground, but just for a single. Yeah, she started on fire. Didn't have a lot of the strike in the middle period of the game, but she's still there now and showing her range in terms of hitting. Ball striking has been exceptional from her, has the power, and is showing it off here tonight. Question now is, how many more runs are they looking to get? They scraped through to 118, I'll say it that way, because they were 47 for 6 at one point in time. Managed to get 118 on the board when these two met earlier. They are set for something much more tonight. Giving herself room. Claxton. Not enough bat onto it. Straight to Alia Aline. Been safe in the field all night. Sweeping well though. Straight to Kelia Elliott on the boundary.
Certainly a lot will depend on Hector. How many of these remaining 4.2 overs she's able to bat. If she stays there anywhere 18, 19 overs, I'm sure Leeward Islands would be somewhere beyond 115, 120.
Drag down. And just gets bat onto it. Gets in a sort of awkward position. But the important thing was getting bat onto it. So another 4 from Shanisha Hector.
Bit of a free hit on that occasion from Herbert Myers, offering the opportunity for Hector once again to free her arms on the leg side. And what we have seen so far throughout this innings is that whenever she's granted that opportunity, majority of the time she does take advantage.
This one on the edge, straight through the legs of Trishan Holder. Managed to get one, and importantly is the last ball of that over. 13 runs coming from it. Leeward Islands women 95 for 3.
Very good over from the Leeward Island team in their quest to make a valid end to this particular innings. A bit of momentum, a bit of impetus. 13 overs really goes well in getting that scoreboard up and running. Still 7 wickets in hand. Claxton quite new to the crease, so just a matter of her getting used to conditions and try and form a partnership once again with Hector, was being the constant throughout the innings so far.
Yeah, they've had their opportunities tonight, Barbados. 3 drop catches for Shanisha Hector tonight, and a missed opportunity with a run out. She's made the most of that as Alia Aline about to bowl her 3rd. Oh no, there's another opportunity. Oh my goodness. No. What is happening tonight? I just mentioned they've had their opportunities to Shanisha Hector, and can you believe it? Another opportunity, a much simpler one, goes in favor of Shanisha Hector. She's still there, batting on 858.
Unbelievable, simply unbelievable. I think we might have to sort your pockets of Hector at the end of this game. Stacey.
Shanisha Hector.
If she has some sort of luck in the form of Yalik, as they would say. But she's bold this time around. Doesn't get the opportunity to make the Bajans pay, at least not to any great extent beyond her last chance. Looking to go across the line, and Aline, the captain, saying, I'm going to do the job for myself. Bowling her, all ends up 95 for 4.
Yeah, full on straighter, looking to swing that one to her favorite leg side area. Shanisha Hector, skipper Alia Aline taking it into her own hands. But a brilliant knock though from Shanisha Hector tonight. some luck going her way, a lot of luck in fact going her way. She made the most of it, notching up 58 runs. And my 95 now for 4.
Yeah, well played from Hector. Started proceedings quite positively. Was able to dominate at the start of her innings. Went through a period of time where she didn't get a lot of the strike, as you mentioned, in that partnership with Boyce. But whenever she was granted any sort of loose deliveries, really took toll of those deliveries. And in the end, a very good effort from her here in the final. I'm sure her captain will be looking forward to similar type of performance with the ball in hand whenever that opportunity arises.
Yeah, it'll be a talking point. Barbados is to go on and lose this game, because from the first over, Shanisha Hector was riding her luck. Just put down in that first over, caught and bowl chance going down by Nijani Komabach. Nijani Komabach again, I think, dropping her on the boundary. Miss run out opportunity twice. She's gone now. New batter. Davroni Maynard. Yeah, she's been miserly tonight, quite economical. Batters haven't been able to get her away. She was just missing that wicket. Has picked up the big one of Shanisha Hector. Now it's a case of Barbados just strangling the other batters. Try and keep them below 120. That's some good batter onto that one to get off the mark. Maynard.
Good spell from the skipper, leading from the front. It's always important in these big games that your big players, and she's certainly one of the big players in this outfit, leading from the front. It's bowled quite well, quite consistent. Seem to have that sort of repetitive action that allows her to get a bit of control in terms of what she's doing. And show that she'll be quite pleased with her efforts so far in this final.
I'm also surprised that Maynard is in before Tonya Martin, given that when she faced this opposition earlier, she scored 23 of 20 runs against them, injected the aggression that was required at that stage and rebuilt with Jazara Claxton. So I'm surprised that she wasn't sent, but Maynard is there now. See if she is able to take them up to 120 or so.
Good bit of bowling once again, opting for that full option. I think that has been the hallmark of her bowling effort so far. Alaine hasn't offered a lot of whiff to the Leeward Island players. Saw her bowling against Boyce earlier, just cramping off a room, getting that ball to come back into the right-handers, away from the left-handers.
Yeah, similarly line delivery, similar length to finish. One run coming from the 17th, Leeward Islands women 96 for 4.
96 for 4 Leeward Islands. Looking to get somewhere beyond 115, 120, 3 overs remaining in order to get up to that particular total. They will need to score somewhere in the region of 8 runs per over. 8 runs per over will get them up to 120. I'm sure they'll be quite pleased given the start that they had to reach up to that particular figure. You mentioned that score of 118 when these two teams met previously. So I'm sure they'll have that as a guide, a mark in terms of something that they can aim at and hopefully defend later on. From a Barbados perspective, they'll be looking to limit them somewhere in the region of 110, 115 if possible. But the wickets, if they're able to consistently take wickets, then that will become even more apparent.
Yes, Piani, how about Mayers to finish her spell of bowling? fielders in position. Selman Asabi Kalinda, Nigel Cumberbatch, Alison Gordon, all on the boundary. Some repairs being done to the helmet of Maynard.
It's quite interesting, Stacey. We haven't seen the leg spinner tonight. Our co-commentator spoke about a bit of due, maybe part of the reasoning. It'll be difficult for her as a leg spinner to grip the ball. Interesting to hear the reasoning behind such a decision, because she's been one of the key bowlers for them. Been one of the key bowlers for them throughout the tournament.
Yeah, perhaps what we've seen from her is sometimes there's a lack of control, a lack of consistency. So perhaps a bit of protection on the part of Barbados, especially when Shanisha Hector was going great guns. But what we've also seen is that in between that inconsistency, she is a wicket taker, and she does deliver that wicket taking ball for you. 17 overs already bowled. I'm not quite sure that we'll see her introduced tonight, given that I think Connell has one, Ali Alin has one as well. So they should close out after Tiani Herbert Mayers.
Indeed, so. Herbert Mayers, bit on the expensive side tonight. Normally bowls in tandem with her fellow spinner. Not the case tonight. Couple of boundaries from Hector damaged her figures somewhat, but he's into a final over, looking to wrap up things for Barbados as they look to make further inroads into this batting lineup for the Leeward Islands.
Still trying to sort out the helmet. Still not quite satisfied, it appears, Maynard.
Looking around the ground, Stacey, the crowd has built up quite admirably. Something that we anticipated to some extent. Seeing that Michael Finney's pavilion dominated to some extent in comparison to what we've seen on a regular basis throughout the tournament. It's good to see people coming in on a Friday night. A lot of families as well. Knowledgeable crowd, it must be said. Spent a bit of time down there earlier. So they're looking forward to this contest.
Yeah, they love their cricket here in St. Vincent's and the Grenadines. And they've been royally entertained by the women. About to restart proceedings here. Starts with a full one. Cannot get it away. Misfield, but didn't roll far away enough for them to get that single.
Keep going, T, finish well.
And on the line of the leg stump, just evading the outstretched hand of Trishan Holder. Managed to get some bat onto it as well. Maynard.
From a Leeward Islands perspective, that's what Maynard needs to do. Just get bat on ball, gets the single rolling. Try and give as much of the strike to Claxton as possible. Driving this one up, actually out to deep extra cover. Gets another single. Barbados will be quite pleased with these singles. Leeward Islands, on the other hand, will want some boundaries to complement the sequence of singles. By doing that, they'll be able to put even more pressure on the Barbados bowling attack.
Yeah, looking for another quick single. So just doing it in singles now, Leeward Islands. And seeing the boundary scored since the dismissal of Shanisha Hector. So I think Barbados will be happy about this period of the game so far.
Well, I mentioned at the time that the wicket of Hector is always going to be crucial, because she has the ability to take the game completely away from the opposition. Leeward Islands, they will be quite disappointed that they lost a wicket at that particular stage. Paxton once again looking to go down the ground, not timing it well. And it remains on 99 for 4.
looking to sweep, missing out. The 3 runs coming from the 18th over. That's the end of Tiani Herbert Mills as well. Figures of 27 for 1 from her 4. And Leeward Islands women 99 for 4 at the end of 18 overs.
Very good end to her spell there, Herbert Myers. Just 3 runs coming from that over. I'm sure they'll take that any day of the week, the Barbados team. We're into those death overs. Spinner, always a risky option to take, but on this occasion, showing all of her skill and experience there, Herbert Myers, and delivering for her team 4 overs, 1 for 27. And the Leeward Islands up to 99 for 4, 2 overs remaining. And like you rightfully said, Stacey, should be bowled by Allen and Connell.
One is full, bit too full. Manages to connect there, looking for a second. Jazara Clarkson is quick. And he managed to get back. Brings 100 up as well, 101 now for 4.
A bit belatedly, from a Leeward Islands perspective. I'm sure they would have wanted to cross that mark a bit earlier, a couple of overs earlier. But such as being the comeback from the Barbados team since the dismissal of Hector, they've not been able to make the type of progress that they were anticipating at that particular stage.
Swing and a miss. It's what we'll see at this point in time, but expertly done there by skipper Alia Alin, taking it away from the swinging arc of Maynard.
Continues to impress Alien. Just getting the ball to skid through. Hair under the lights. Really enjoy looking at her as an athlete. So consistent in terms of her action. Able to land the ball wherever she wants it to be landed most of the times.
Yeah, and showing her skills. That one appeared to be a change of pace as well from Alia Alin. Quicker, aerially, hit aerially, and oh, she settles under it, but nervy moments for Barbados, given the amount of drop chances tonight. Eventually, Ebony Brathwaite holds on to it, and Maynard, her short stay comes to an end.
Well, they normally say catching is infectious. On that occasion, I'm just bubbling it a bit, but in the end, all's well that ends well for Brathwaite and the Barbados team, as they take another wicket. You look at it again, just fumbling, bit of nerves maybe for the 17-year-old, but in the end manages to hold on, and Leeward Islands 99 for 5 as we see a bit of a drizzle coming across the ground. Looking at the ground staff, always a good indication in terms of what is happening, and I think the umpires not taking any sort of risk at this time. They're going to call on the ground staff. 17.5 overs completed. Leeward Islands, they are 99 for 4 as we're going to take a short break due to a bit of a sharp shower. Hopefully blows over quite soon. So we'll join you whenever the opportunity arises for live cricket again.
Yeah.
Yes, welcome back here at the Annisville Sporting Complex. Earlier in this match, Leeward Islands, they won the toss, decided to have a bat first. Leeward Islands women so far 101 for 5, I beg your pardon. News coming from the middle is that no overs have been lost, as that 1 hour period has yet to be expired. So 1 hour and then you start losing overs. So still have an over and 2 balls for Leeward Islands to bat. Alia Alin was in the middle of a magic spell for her team, an economical one. Earlier, Shanisha Hector lit up the park with a range of strokes, but she was dismissed off the bowling of Alia Alin. She scored 58. So just some update for you. Coming into today's match, Janelia Glasgow, today's proceedings, I beg your pardon, was the leading run scorer. I did mention that boys overtook her. She did. However, with the update that we have now, Brittany Cooper was on top with 133 points, but Shanisha Hector, scoring that blistering 58 runs, has now overtaken Brittany Cooper with 136 runs. So she now has most runs in the tournament. We'll see who can catch her as the match is about to resume. Just before the rain broke down, Davronique Maynard was dismissed. Tonya Martin, the new batter in, and alongside me continues to be Osnet Kato. Hello to you again, Osnet.
Good night, Stacey. Good to see cricket again. For now, seem to have that bad weather behind us. And hopefully, from a neutral perspective, game is shaping up to be quite a competitive one here tonight. Leeward Islands 101 for 5. And show that they will be looking to just put a competitive total on the board and have their bowlers defend whatever they make here batting first.
Yeah, so Alia Alin with 1 ball remaining in her spell. It's Fuller, bit of a French cut, you'll say, in between the 2 legs of Tonya Martin. And she gets off the mark with a boundary, inadvertently paid, but effective. Take the score up to 105 now at the end of the 19th over.
Quite fortuitous, looking again for that full-length delivery, something that she has done quite well, Alin, in her spell. But getting the inner portion of the bat and racing past Herbert Myers, who chased quite diligently, but in the end, just not getting it back in time. So 4 more runs added to the total, and Leeward's 1 over remaining in this innings, 105 for 5. How much can they get?
Yeah, just wondering, we were speaking off here about, well, before the rain came down, perhaps they could have sent Tonya Martin. Yes, it was an edge that went through her legs, but she's always looking to show that aggressive intent to score, and that's what she needed in that period. Was a bit stalled with Davronique Maynard and Jazara Claxton's partnership, but she's there now, just 1 over for her to face. Jazara Claxton, however, will face up to Chamilia Connell to bowl her last. Pace bowlers, I think, did a really good job for Barbados tonight, starting with this woman on your screen, Chamilia Connell, picking up that all-important wicket of Kiana Joseph.
Seen quite a bit of seam bowling option utilized by the Barbadian team tonight. The likes of Alin, Bruce, Connell.
Lent into the surface. Claxton, such good running by the young Claxton. And Tonya Martin at the other end. They scramble for a second there. So good running to start this last over of the innings.
So much to admire about Claxton, though, in terms of her bowling. Does have a bit of pace. Batting as well. Does hit it a long way. And of course, in the field, quite electric. So a lot of raw materials to work with as it relates to Claxton. Once again, putting pressure on the fielder on that occasion, who can prevent the second.
Looking to access that leg side once more, but such is the bowling smarts, the bowling display of discipline from Shamilia Connell continuing in this last over.
Yeah, we saw earlier bowling to Kiana Joseph. Seemed to be someone who's always thinking ahead, has her plans, and so far tonight she's been able to execute whatever plans she has coming into this contest. Claxton looking to access that shorter part of the ground, as you mentioned, wind assisted as well.
Looking to be innovative. Can't get enough batter onto it. I think the shot was on. Both fielders in the circle. Fine leg and short leg in the circle. But she connected. Could have well picked up a boundary.
Indeed so. Looking to bring a bit of innovation to the table there, Claxton. Trying to match the consistency of Connell so far. Into a final over. Connell 1 for 16. Very good returns for her.
Martin looking to give herself room. Claxton quickly looking for that single to get back on strike. And they managed to get a bye. It's a good running so far in this over. Still looking for the big hits away, these two.
Not the best of nights for Trishan Holland. Normally such a competent wicket keeper. Saw a couple of blemishes tonight. Dropped a catch, missed a run out. A couple of misfields as well. So certainly not a night you would remember.
Taking this one down the ground. It plugs because of the rain that we had earlier on. Really well executed off the bat of Jazara Claxton. Looking to take it over the head of the fielder that's in the circle at mid-off.
Better option employed there from Claxton, looking to go through the offside this time around. Previously we saw her targeting that shorter boundary on the leg side and missing it completely. As we see the ground staff once again. Bit of movement. Always never a good sign to see the ground staff looking that busy.
This time she connects, but straight to Alia Alin, and I'll tell you what, just keep walking, Claxton. Alia Alin was never gonna put that down the night that she's having, and that brings, I believe that's the end of the innings as well, as Claxton has to go back 111 for 5. Yeah, that's the end of Leeward Islands women. 111 for 5. Had to try to go big there, but picked out one of the best fielders of the night in Alia Alin.
Just not getting the elevation on that one, Claxton. Reasonably timed, but as you mentioned, Alin, the captain there on the deep mid-wicket boundary, just taking that one quite comfortably in the end. So a good end to the innings for Barbados as they are able to limit the Leeward Islands to 111 for 6. Therefore means that they will need 112 for victory here at the Arnoldville Sporting Complex here in Cricket West Indies Women's T20 Championship. As we look at a bit of highlights from the innings, Kiana Joseph started off quite well. That one going through the offside. But it was Hector who showed some power quite early on in her innings. That one going all the way for 6. Took a liking to Cumberbatch early up. And Kiana Joseph on that occasion outsmarted from Connell. Not the best of shots, but in the end, and this is one of those opportunities we spoke about in terms of Shawnisha Hector. Really rode her luck. And in the end, finishing on 58 from 44 shots, primarily on the onside. But whenever she got the opportunity to go through the offside as well, we saw her powering through the offside as Boyce again formed a very good partnership. Renice Boyce, sorry. That one was all the way for 6, well timed, over deep square leg. Whilst this partnership was going on, I'm sure they were harboring thoughts of getting somewhere close to 130. There's Hector again going through that offside. But Boyce on this occasion not getting the elevation, picking out the fielder there on the deep square leg boundary. But Hector, she continued to take a liking to the spinners, Herbert Myers A bit of a brain failure here on this occasion. Captain Edwards there looking to get a single. Never interested there on Hector. In the end, quite a simple dismissal as Hector continued to power her way. That one, another huge six on the bigger side of the ground against the wind. This one just helping it on its way. Down to final leg for 4. Good period of play for the Leeward Islands until going completely across the line. Very well deserved there from Aline. Captain leading from the front. This one again, another wicket. Brathwaite there taking it in the end. A bit of a smile. This one getting the inside edge. And got herself a boundary there. Martin. And last delivery of the innings. Paxton picking out the captain Aline once again. Taking a quite comfortable catch in the end. So Leeward Islands, 111 for 6. And we are going to take a short break here in the commentary box and we'll return with the run chase.
Well, welcome back here to the run chase. Barbados women needing 112 for victory. Just saw Shanisha Hector with a brilliant 58, but an exceptional bowling display from Barbados to restrict them to 111, more so from the pacers in the attack. No change. We don't expect any change in that opening partnership of Trishan Holder and Ebony Brathwaite. But just to put things into context, Barbados women and Leeward Islands women, when they met early in the tournament, Leeward Islands women, they were able to score 118 for 9. Barbados in reply, 87 for 9. I am joined by the excitable Kesrick Williams. Good night to you, Kesrick.
Good night to you, Stacey. You also forget tired.
You're a fit man, Kesrick. I know you recover quickly.
You know what? You know the funny thing about this combox? It's so high, it reminds you of how old you're getting. Because those steps, oh my God. Guess what? Trinidad played against the Leewards. Leewards did very well against them. They did well against Windwards. They did well against Barbados. So they have the upper hand tonight because most of the team that they played against, they didn't just beat those teams. They won, and they won in a commanding fashion. So tonight, Barbados have a chance to stop that, because if they win tonight, Stacey, it will be a tournament to remember for the Leeward Islands. Unbeatable throughout the tournament.
Can they create history, Leeward Islands, and win their first trophy here on the lights in St. Vincent and the Grenadines? Shanisha Hector with ball in hand. 9 wickets to her name to the tournament. Can she add another? Starts well. Hector, 9 wickets in the tournament, the only pacer in the top 10.
That shows how good she is with ball in hand, great control. Hit some really good areas throughout the tournament. With the bat, we expected a lot more, but she came really good tonight, the night when they need her the most.
To one is short, just helping it to the onside and fine leg region. Trishan Holder opens her account in this final encounter here at the Annisville playing field.
A good thing for Barbados tonight, because in the last game saw both fast bowlers bowling and they really let the ball talk. Clarkston and Hector bowled pretty well together opening spell. Bowled all 6 in the power play.
There was a bit of hesitation in the running between Holder and Brathwaite, eventually coming through for a single. And Brathwaite is off the mark right away also. Just having a chat, those two. It's an important partnership for Barbados. What we've seen so far, with the exception of that match versus Windward Islands, when this partnership is broken early, Barbados goes on to lose the game.
What is good for Barbados though is that had a little bit of a showers earlier, just a couple of minutes ago. So the outfield is kind of down. Would the Leeward Islands be able to seam around the ball the same? Because then it will be a little bit harder to grip the newer ball. Can they seam it around and get some early inroads? Is still left to be seen.
He hasn't quite found her line just yet. Called wide by umpire at the start, but good take by keeper Renis Boyce. Had a good outing with the bat in hand, up to 122 runs in the tournament, but Shanisha Hector overtook her up to 136. Nice diving stop there by Boyce.
This would be the challenge for the Leeward Islands now, and also the ball may not spin as much They do have some spinners. Kiana Joseph usually spins the ball well. Their skipper, not a big turn off the ball, but very consistent in terms of line and length and varying her pace. Would this down ball create some problems for the Leewards?
Gets a healthy enough batter onto it. Moses gets a wrong, makes a good stop. Trishan Holder, she loves pace on the ball. Starting well so far. Picks up another 2.
One of the future players that we would definitely say we are looking to move on with her career. Captain Barbados last year, so they are seeing some really good talent in her, finding the edge, challenging the boundary. A little bit of damage to herself, ball popped up in total fine.
Yeah, just a delicate touch that time to end the over, but a good start for Barbados women. 8 without loss after the first.
Well, the rugs are out, Stacey. Not surprised. It is really damp out there, so with the wet ball, continue to ask this because it would be a challenge to grip the ball.
Yeah, the rain that fell a while back certainly wouldn't do any favors to the bowling side and fielding as well. But we've seen great skills from Claxton in this tournament. A bit inconsistent at times in different spells, but when she's at her best, she's a handful. Let's see how she starts to Ebony Brathwaite, who favors the leg side. Starts too short and pull away with disdain. It should slow up because of that rain, but that's what she loves. Brathwaite loves to access that onside. It's too short there by Claxton to start.
Well, she played just like the name of her bat, raw. Pulls that one nicely. I must say shout out to Ryan Wiggins, who's a sponsor. This energized young lady.
Yeah, this one is hit much better. Should challenge the boundary and it gets there. You cannot bowl that length. A shot of authority from Brathwaite.
You will normally get that from Ebony Brathwaite. Someone who likes to bowl short as well, Claxton. Well, she's up for a challenge tonight. Ebony Brathwaite, she came to play. And she's playing just like the willer in her hand. Raw.
Yeah, Brathwaite came into this match with 89 runs to her name. Had a fast start in this tournament, healthy strike rate as well. 148 her strike rate coming into this match. So it tells you the story. She is going to play her shots. Started well so far. This one, a better length. It's skied, it's in the air. Claxton is circling, and oh my. The indifferent fielding display continues in this match. Over now to the Leeward Islands, as Claxton has put down a simple chance.
Yeah, another time we are seeing Ebony Brathwaite hitting a skyer, not really going anywhere. Somewhat similar to the last game, and even against the Leeward Islands, that length, top of off stump, she tries to hit it down the ground, but not with a straight bat or trying to get on top of it. She gets slow and still try to power the ball over mid-on or long on or even through mid-wicket. So with that bat coming across, she just presents the edge a bit more. Always have that leading edge going up. Yeah, not the first time, maybe the third time in the tournament we're seeing her hitting skiers. This time she's lucky. We got some luck earlier from Hector. Yeah, let's see if this is going to spring off on Ebony Brathwaite.
A little bit short, but didn't really get up as Trishan Holder swiveled in that pull shot. Yeah, Brathwaite mentioned she loves the leg side, always aiming for that leg side. When Claxton finally hit her length and line, puts down a chance. He wasn't happy with that, Claxton. Shouldn't be.
Not gonna be happy. Just dropped one of the most aggressive batter in the tournament.
Yeah, it's important that Leeward Islands just hold their nerve in this final. They've never made a final before. Have never lifted a trophy in this regional women's tournament. 50 overs RT20. They're in the best position to do so tonight. Haven't quite found it just yet in terms of rhythm with ball in hand. 2 more balls remaining in this Claxton over.
Yeah, the Barbados dugout looking pretty happy. Guess they're really liking the position that they're in now. Something that I don't want Jazara Claxton to do is to lose it. Yes, she will have drop catches in cricket, and she needs to understand if Leeward Islands have a chance in them winning this game, she have to play a big role, herself and Hector, with new ball in hand. So you cannot lose your cool now.
Yeah, Kepler again just pouncing into the glove of Renice Boyce to end the second. Another 8 coming from that. Barbados women 16 without loss.
Just noticing something, Stacey. Ever since the rain, the bounce is not as high. Even the delivery that hit the top edge for Ebony Brathwaite, it wasn't as high as it will normally be with the consistency of bounce that we have seen throughout the tournament on this surface. In that last over, at least about 4 or so or 3 deliveries kept a bit low. Just sliding. I think that is the reason we're seeing something different here from the Leeward Islands. It's probably the first time we're seeing Leeward bowling in the power play for the tournament. So something different from the Leeward Islands team.
Yeah, Rizal Leeward usually operates out of the power play, as you mentioned. And then Brathwaite loves to access that leg side. She does kind of skid it on, doesn't really turn the ball that much. Leeward, 3 wickets in this tournament so far to her. This one is big, it's skied, it's going far, it's landing just inside. And that is the area that you don't want her to access because she is in full flow tonight. Another boundary to her tally, Brathwaite.
You don't want to get her started. That is the area that she likes. Bowling on the stump can be very dangerous for her. And bowling slow, bisecting both fielders. Almost got a hand to it. Yeah, but had enough on it to get to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, 2-fold there to start by Rizal Leeward. Just wants her to be more like that. That's what they want. It was called a wide, but that's what she's known to do. Just lance it across the right-handed batter. So they want Ebony Brathwaite to try to play that shot to the leg side, and then you might see somewhat of a top edge coming into play. Nicely played there by Brathwaite. Just good impulse control being showed from her on that delivery, young Brathwaite.
Yeah, something different. We saw that as well from Hector.
This one is skied. Oh my. Fielder should have made a better effort to get there. There was a run out on the cards as well. But again, Ebony Brathwaite living a similarly charmed life like Shanisha Hector.
A slight turn as well as the skipper. You need to make a better effort. A diving effort probably would have seen the back of Ebony Brathwaite, but she's still there. As you mentioned, she's living a charmed life. Well, if I can remember, I think it's 4 chances she got. Hector? I forgot those chances in cricket, Stacey. Otherwise, I would have made a lot of hundreds.
There's an appeal, but it always looked to be going down the leg. And to that comment, Kesrick, I'm sure bowler somewhere in the world who bowled at you is perhaps having a laugh right now.
They're having a laugh because you must be happy to get someone like me out. I mean, I can take a bowling apart, Stacey. It's obvious.
I love the confidence. We're seeing the confidence exuding in this partnership so far between Holder and Brathwaite. Drive that one. It's missing out. When you look at the tournament so far, Kesrick, 17 matches have been played so far. This one will make the 18th at its conclusion. And I'll get back to you after this over. Bit of width offered. Can't capitalize on it. So to end the third, Barbados women 24 without loss.
Yeah, a lot of batting to come for Barbados. Alim, skipper, Bruce, Connell, Cumberbatch. Probably not that low for Cumberbatch. You probably may see her a little bit earlier than that. She usually comes 3. Then you may see someone like a Kalinda. Then Ali, that's been their batting throughout the tournament. It's been a while we haven't seen a start like this from Ebony Brathwaite, and I'm pretty sure that the Leeward Islands is thinking about this. We need to stop her now. Another change again, something that we haven't seen from Leeward throughout this tournament. Asking Kiana Joseph to come early.
Wow, what a pickup shot from the youngster. Just look at that sail away to the boundary. Look at the power. Look at the sort of batsmanship on show. Wonderful, superb from young Ebony Brathwaite.
Yeah, well, they have asked her to come early. But guess what? Ebony Brathwaite was onto that a bit earlier, hitting it over extra cover for 4. But they need to stop her now, because if they don't, Barbados will run away with this power play and the start that they need going into the second phase of the game.
Almost through her. It was through her, but almost on the stump. So some luck once more going to Ebony Brathwaite. That was so close.
They almost mentioned batting points and bowling points, but that doesn't matter now. What matters is Barbados or Leeward Islands lifting this trophy at the end of this game.
Yeah, not just a trophy. $220,000 US up for grabs. Winner. $10,000 US to the runners-up. Kiana Joseph, with her introduction, I think it would appear to be a favorable matchup to the youngster left-arm spinner, taking it away from her. But that shot was an indication of how good her hand-eye coordination is, and she played the direction well, that 4 also, knowing where the ball is turning. Kiana Joseph, 5 wickets in this tournament to her name so far, has been handy with ball in hand, hasn't contributed so much with the bat. But I was getting to something, Kesrick, as Chishan Holder about to face her Kiana Joseph for the first time. Bit of width offered. Yeah, in this tournament, 17 matches played so far. 10 times teams have won chasing. 7 times batting first. There is an appeal, but right away Jacqueline says no. So yes, there is a slight advantage while chasing first, but
Ball on.
yeah, certainly missing there. Yeah, I was saying there's a slight advantage batting first, but because it's so close, conditions doesn't really rule out either approach. So it's still a bit neutral with Arford. Not a dot. But what we've seen throughout the tournament, especially chasing, is that is completed the fourth, 29 without loss. Is what we've seen, especially when chasing, is when pressure starts to build, teams sort of struggle to close out games. So that's something that I think Barbados is really looking forward to doing. Yes, they have that good start, and we've seen when they have that good start in the tournament, they usually go on to win games. But when they didn't have that good start against Leeward Islands, they couldn't grasp the close moments, the defining moments in the contest, and wasn't really able to manage the rest of the innings well. So, see how they continue, these two starting well so far. Emily Brathwaite continuing to power her way, 19 off 9, and Trishan Holder playing a good foil. So Rizal Leiber to continue.
From Barbados. I'm gonna say that they are putting the Leeward's team under pressure. But it's good to see that they force them to change something that they have been doing for all eternity of the tournament, which is good. She needs to get out of ball. Batting a lot of dot ball. She needs to support Ebony Brathwaite. You mentioned it in the first innings stage. You don't want to get a batter cold. Keep them warm while they are warm. Something that she broke up a lot of ball. Just her style of play.
Because of a misfield, she gets that run now. Trishan Holder been kept quiet in this over so far. And this is what we've been talking about. When pressure starts to build, we see the struggle from the teams. Even some teams who have chased successfully lose a number of wickets in that middle period. Nice straight bat to end the over. In fact, there's another one. But go ahead.
Sometimes what I think, Stacey, is that a lot of the teams sometimes don't even realize that they're not really struggling. They're going for the biggie, finding the outside edge, just going over the heads of the fielders. They are backward point. As I was saying, Stacey, they don't sometimes realize that they're not really under pressure. It's fine to bat dot balls. It's fine to bat 2 dot balls. But when you're batting 4 dot balls every over, you put pressure on yourself. But then 2 boundaries in the next over release a lot of pressure. They need to consider that as well. Rotating the strike is very important. But to finish the power play now, 31 runs so far.
Diana Joseph starting well. 31 without loss at the end of 5. Osnet Kato, how are things looking from your end?
It's a good start from the Barbados team, quite similar to what we saw from the Leewards in terms of that sort of power at the top of the order. Brathwaite playing a similar role to what we saw from Hector earlier on into the power play that required only just around 5.46 from a Leeward Islands perspective. I'm sure they want to get that up to 6 and beyond. Barbados will want to keep it just around 5 for the next 10 overs or so, with wickets in hand, that is.
Yeah, hit in the air. That wicket was always on the cards. Trishan Holder cannot hold out any longer. She goes back, just scoring 6 of 20. But that much needed breakthrough for Leeward Islands come by way of Kiana's bowling.
Good bit of bowling again from Kiana Joseph. She's really impressed in the tournament in terms of her consistency of line and length. A bit stretching there is Trishan Holder, hitting it a bit uppishly. The player there at backward point, diving forward and taking a very good catch. The first wicket goes for Barbados. They're up to 31 for 1.
Yeah, good look catch there by Jazara Claxton. Always in the action somewhere, Claxton, whether with bat in hand, bowling, or in the field.
Yeah, we mentioned our all-round capabilities, Jazara Claxton, and certainly someone you'll want to see develop quite quickly, whether with the ball in hand or the bat. She's also very good in the field. So the type of all-round cricketer that brings a lot to the cricket field. They'll be hoping to regroup now, the Leeward Island team, having taken that wicket.
Yeah, really just a push there from Trishan Holder. Didn't really commit to the stroke. Perhaps if she had gone harder at it, who knows, but really just push. Nijani Cumberbatch, the new batter, has occupied that one down position for Barbados all throughout the tournaments. So I like that they've identified roles for the players and allowed them to play and grow into that role. Yeah, she hasn't really got off to a fly in the tournament with bat, particularly when she's facing up to the spinners. But certainly has the makings of someone who has a future with bat in hand. Gets an edge, good enough edge to get off the mark as well.
Continues to impress Kiana Joseph with ball in hand, something that we would have been looking forward to seeing a bit more than her batting exploits, but such as being the nature of her tournament, hasn't really excelled with the bat. But what she has done with the ball is certainly commendable. Once again, not offering any sort of room or opportunity there for Brathwaite to free her arms. And it's the end of a good over, a successful over from her. Kiana Joseph as Barbados. They are 32 for 1, chasing 112 for victory.
Yeah, not bad going by Barbados in the power play. Run rate required is still below 6. They want to keep an eye on that and show that it doesn't go past 7. That's when it starts to get harder for teams in this tournament.
It's the end of the power play as well. So it will be interesting to see how the Barbados team go within this middle phase. This is normally the phase where we see teams that are quite comfortable, especially having established a good start, fall away to some extent. Barbados will be hoping that that is not the case tonight.
Leeward in the middle of a good spell, we decided to use her in the power play tonight. So far, not a bad ploy, just beating the outside edge of Nijani Kamabach, who retakes her guard.
Doesn't turn the ball a great deal, as you mentioned earlier, Stacey, but what she does controls her length quite well. Gets a bit of drift at times, that once again, because of that slingy sort of action. On that occasion, starting a bit too wide and signal wide by the umpire.
It can be tricky to face because of that action, taking the ball away, because sometimes he manages to bring it back in. So as a batter, you're thinking it keeps going away from you, but then sometimes it's a straighter one. That one was very full. Wasn't able to maximize the chance given to her to get runs. Hits it straight to the fielder, Jess St. John.
Be very disappointed there, Cumberbatch, or for the full toss on the line of the leg stump. Anything to the right or left of the fielder there at square leg, and certainly was runs.
And now looking to take that one down the ground. So a bit of pressure being built in this over, just so wide coming from it so far.
Good bowling again from Leeward. Indicative of what we've seen from her throughout this tournament.
Gets an outside, just peels to Zara Claxton, but they won't take a chance against her. Been great in the field all throughout the tournament. One is very wide. There is an appeal. She's not happy, Nijani Kamabach, but the umpire has sent her on her way.
Not the best of deliveries on that occasion from Leeward, that last delivery of that third over. Bit wide and going further, wider. There was Cumberbatch looking to go through the offside. Wicketkeeper Boyce went up straight away. So maybe heard somewhat of a noise, and the umpire on this occasion agreeing. And a bit of disappointment there from Cumberbatch. Not too sure if it's with the decision or the shot. But nevertheless, Barbados, they lose their second wicket, now up to 33 for 2.
Yeah, it would have been called wide had she not attempted a shot at it. It was extremely wide. Umpires had judged her caught behind. Yeah, now the run rate is up to over 6 runs per over. It's getting into that territory where it becomes difficult for teams to score.
I think it's also a case in terms of that required run rate. It goes up quite quickly, especially in that middle to back end of the innings. Spoke about the required run rate being around 5.6 a couple of overs ago. Now we are seeing it beyond 6. So from a Barbados perspective, they'll want to keep that in check. They can do so by minimizing risks, looking to walk the ball into the gaps. Not too sure if Brathwaite has that side to her game, but certainly would be tested in terms of her temperament here tonight.
Yeah, she's gone. Is she? Oh, thought she was out. The Leeward Islands team started to celebrate, but the umpire is signaling something. We'll wait to see. And she was miles out of her crease. Yeah, they're not happy, Leeward Islands. They're seeing the replay on the screen now. The umpire perhaps just telling, just from his vantage point, it looked as if Boyce had dropped the ball before removing the bills. He had made his decision, so it stands. Interesting.
Certainly interesting, Stacey. Looking at it again. Oh.
And it's something that I repeated in last year's tournament. We have the technology now. I think we can use it. We have enough to do replays. You've seen that throughout the tournament. So why not implement the technology? Seen batters robbed of chances. Also seen bowling teams robbed of chances as well, similarly to that one. So I hope after this tournament, this one is hit straight, it's hit firm, straight to Hector. And oh wow, the luck that Hector has gotten herself in the first innings, she's given it to Ebony Brathwaite. The third chance now for Ebony Brathwaite in this innings. Question is, can she capitalize like what Shanisha Hector did?
Got to it quite quickly there, Hector. Very good athlete, running around to her right. Got there at a comfortable height, but somewhere along the line, just not able to hold on. And certainly, interesting start to this 8 over.
Yeah, it's all happening out there. Ebony Brathwaite though, still there, 21 or 15. And I'm just thinking back to the matches that she's played. Brathwaite has never batted outside of the power play. There is a no ball signal by Jacqueline Williams. Brathwaite right away getting on strike. But this is the first time she's batting out of the power play. She's had scores of 36 of 19, 29 of 17, which tells you she scores the majority of her runs out of the power play. Hasn't really pushed on beyond that. This one is high in the air. It is a no ball. Even if the fielder takes it, won't be out.
Certainly eventful over here from Kiana Joseph. I'm not sure if she's quite, I don't think she's quite pleased with how it has transpired. In the middle of a very good spell, but things just haven't gone our way in this over, particularly.
Yeah, just stroking that one nicely down the ground, Asabi Kalinda. It's important for Leeward Islands as well, for them to not let their emotions get the better of them. Yes, they saw the replay, believe that they should have had that wicket, but it's gone now. No for them to reset and just refocus. This one is her. What a splendid pickup shot. Just bounces once inside of the rope. And that is as magnificent as it'll get to end the over. Barbados women 42 for 2.
Showing her all-around prowess here is Brathwaite on the line of the off-stump, just coming forward and stroking that one nicely in that region of extra cover, just falling short of the boundary on that occasion, but certainly showing her full repertoire of skills. And as long as she's there, Barbados will feel confident that they can overall this total. Leeward Islands, on the other hand, you mentioned in the last over, they just need to get their emotions intact and play their cricket. As we know, they've played very good cricket up to this point in the tournament, and they will need to hold their nerves and their emotions if they are to see this one through.
Yeah, it all went all wrong for Leeward Islands in that previous over. To compound their woes, there was a drop catch of Ebony Brathwaite who finished that over with a 4. Roselle Leibord will finish her spell, bowling to Asabi Kalinda. Now a misfield. So important time here for Leeward Islands to just try and get back into the contest.
Bit of sloppiness creeping into their cricket here, the Leeward Island women. So a few misfields, a few drop catches as well.
Still swinging for the hills. Brathwaite.
Yeah, that's a good length to the ball into to Brathwaite, just skidding through. You want to give the ball too much air. Hit into that short side of the ground as well would be Brathwaite, that area between mid-wicket and deep long on.
Yeah, another appeal again. They're not happy, Leeward Islands. Umpire has said no to that. Let's see. Oh, that was certainly going down, wasn't it? Wasn't it?
Indeed so. Good decision on this occasion from the umpire. Bit of turn on that occasion from Leeward as well.
Looking to launch this one into the stands, but unable to make sufficient connection. Ebony Brathwaite. Some frustration building in this over. 4 dots and just a single. This one is launched, it's high in the air. Can the fielder get around? Yes, she does. And she pulls off a brilliant catch running around on the boundary. They've held on to one, and this has really lifted their spirits. Leeward Islands picking up that massive wicket of Ebony Brathwaite.
We mentioned the need to get their emotions intact, and a catch like that will certainly lift the spirits of the Leeward Islands women. Seem to be quite buoyed by that dismissal. Brathwaite again going down the ground. Good option, but just not timing it well enough to evade Edwards, Captain Edwards coming around. Amanda Edwards, a very good grab. Have to keep her balance as well. And that certainly epitomizes the type of tournament we've seen from Edwards, whether with the bat, with the ball in the field, and certainly as a captain.
Yeah, so they end that over with a bang, picking up that all-important wicket of Ebony Brathwaite. So much power she packs at the top of the order. She's gone now. 43 for 3 after 9 overs. Skipper Alia Aline. 80 runs to her name in the tournament so far.
I think we also have to mention the spell there from Leeward, Stacey. Came into the attack in the power play against Brathwaite and finished with figures of 2 for 12. So not only was she able to stifle the scoring rate, but she was able to pick up a couple of big wickets as well in that spell. Well done to her. A big performance in a final.
Yeah, and it's good captaincy as well. Usually the first spinner she turns to is herself, Amanda Edwards, from that end, or Kiana Joseph. But recognizing that she needs to bring Leeward on the ball, that just takes the angle away from the right-handed batter who loves to go to the onside. But Dabranik Maynard now with ball in hand. Another one of those bright sparks for Leeward Islands in this tournament. Has 9 wickets. Usually comes on and picks up a wicket right away in her first over.
Another consistent performance, as you say. Comes in at that crucial time, that middle of the innings. Both quite economical. And of course, always seem to get the breakthrough for her captain. They'll need a similar performance from her tonight if they are to continuously take wickets and put pressure on the batting team.
Full toss. Getting it down to Janisha Hector. So they'll lose deliveries like that. Given the amount of pressure that's already been built in this chase, yes, run rate is still in control, but they've lost 3 wickets. Need to be able to put away any loose deliveries. It's coming their way, Barbados. But skipper Alia Aline had a good outing in the last game. One is kept very low, almost playing it back onto her stump.
Causing some problems already, Maynard. But just want the viewers to just keep an eye on that required run rate, currently 6.38. Certainly don't want that to head northwards of 7-8 runs per over the Barbados team. Both of these players quite new at the crease as well. They'll be looking to get themselves in. can't give themselves that opportunity to get set, and hopefully they'll be able to make up for lost time at the back end of the innings. There's a single punched into the offside. Here Joseph comes around to her left and prevent the single. 45 for free.
Sweeping, and sweeping successfully. Is a Sabi Calendar, is a shot that she has played well in this tournament so far to end the 10th with a boundary.
Very good looking shot there from Calendar, well timed, and most importantly got the placement right. To the right of the fielder there at square leg position into the fence for 4 runs. So it's the halfway stage here in the finals of the Cricket West Indies Women's T20 Blaze. Barbados women chasing 112 for victory. They are up to 49 for free. Calendar is there on 8. Partnering her is Aline, just coming to the crease. And what we'll do now, we'll take a short break as the players break for refreshments. We'll do the same here in the commentary box. Welcome back to the Anna's Sporting Complex. Looking at live action here, 20 Blaze matchup between Barbados and Leeward Islands. As we see Captain Edwards starting proceeding. It's short to start. It's out to that deep mid-wicket boundary, and not the best of efforts in the end, allowing that ball to go through her grasp and into the fence for 4. So a good start to the 11th over, and to start proceedings here for the back end of this innings is Keswick Williams.
Yeah, what a way to start back the innings with a boundary. That will surely do a lot for Barbados. A good work there from Clark there at point. But from here on in, Barbados just need to rotate the strike as much as possible, take the ad boundaries, or get the ad boundaries.
.54 for free. Mentioned Captain Edwards has bowled well in the tournament. A couple of good innings with the bat. certainly led from the front. Saw that brilliant catch in the last over from her to get rid of the dangerous Brathwaite. So certainly has made a mark on the tournament from a captaincy perspective as well as a player.
And this is what you want from these sort of players. Driving there but missing everything. Good glove work, Kato.
Impressive voice. Done well with the bat and being quite efficient as a wicket keeper as well. One is punched up to long off. Gets another single. Both of these players, I'm sure they'll understand what is required at this stage. The captain is there, Alain. Very talented all-rounder. But it's the end of the 11th over. Barbados, they require for the 57 runs from 9 overs, chasing 112 for victory here tonight.
They need to get a move on, Barbados. Just want to shout out the director and the drone guy giving us some really nice shot here tonight, and not just tonight but throughout the tournament. Yeah, the scenes that we have seen throughout this little area in Arnis Vale.
Ooh, a bit of turn again there from Maynard. Looking to punch that one through the offside was Calendar.
Start, Dom. Good start.
Missed everything. High signal there by the umpire. But Maynard once again causing some problems here with her off spin.
Yeah, varying her pace pretty well. And that's what she's doing, because she's not offering a lot of turn. It's not spinning much, but varying her pace nicely.
This time getting the inner portion of the bat there was Aaron. A bit of flight again. Looking around the ground, the crowd has built up quite nicely, Keswick. I know you'd have spent some time down there. Not sure what's the feeling like on the ground.
It's a great feeling, because what happened, Vincentians love cricket. They would come out to support the cricket. I could remember West Indies, Bangladesh here last year. And they lost every single game. Not something that Vincentian wanted, or the Caribbean. But every single game was bigger every night. The crowd was getting bigger and they were losing. So it shows that the Vincentian public love cricket here. So it's good to see that even this female cricket is still getting a packed crowd. It's telling Cricket West Indies, look, we need to bring cricket to St. Vincent because we love it.
Indeed so. Maynard seem to be loving conditions here as well, as there's a single coming from that over. At the end of it, 12 overs completed. Barbados in the spot of bother here in these middle phase, 57 for 3. I just want to take you up on something, Keswick, in terms of the use of the bowling resources so far from the Leeward Island team. We spoke about the fact that they normally start with their seamers. Today we saw only 1 over each for the seamers. So I'm wondering at what point we might see them again. As Captain Edwards starting our second over. And once again, a bit of a misfield. Not the best of cricketer from the Leeward Island team, but I think just managed to save face to some extent. But certainly will need to be better in the field.
They're almost spilling another boundary. They went straight to the legs. You need to get down. Come on.
I think that's Martin out there. And time around.
Did get a hand to it in time. And back to that question for asking in regards to the fast bowlers only bowling 1 over each in Claxton and Hector. Something different. But I'm guessing that Leeward Islands probably did some homework, and this is a nice shot. Opening the face nicely, looking for 2, just a single. Remember the outfield is heavy as well. To be sort of dinks and dabs may not get to the boundary. But I want to continue that, what I was answering. Maybe Leeward Islands look at Barbados and realize that they score heavily off the pace in the power play with someone like a Ebony Brathwaite and Trishan Holder. Trishan Holder is not the type of player that is going to bash the spinners. She takes a while to start off the spin, but with the pace, she have those little touches, runs down the ball and use the pace pretty well. So she needs the pace. And the Leeward Islands usually use their 2 pace bowlers to bowl 6 overs in the power play. So I guess that the Leeward Islands realize that and decide to bowl spin. And in the back end, when you need the fast bowlers, then you can use them to bowl their Yorkers and slow balls.
Well articulated there, Peter. Certainly agree with what you're saying. But it's the end of another good over there from Edwards, getting through her overs quite quickly as well. Something that we'll see from these 2 operating in tandem, Maynard and Edwards. But 13 overs completed, 60 for free.
Sometimes this happens and did 58, 10 overs to go, and they got a boundary off the first delivery. Estimation. Going. Islands have been bowling a lot of dot ball.
I think that is what you'll get with these 2 in operation, Maynard and Edwards. Mentioned they get through the overs quite quickly. Barbados team, they have to be mindful of that as well. This one is a full toss and punch down the ground. Would be expected a bit more from that shot, Alain, but in the end, setting it straight to Hector. So she'll be quite relieved at the fact that Brathwaite is no longer wrong, having given her a chance earlier. Not the only one, mind you. Big swing, but misses everything, including wicketkeeper boys, and should run into the fence. So 4 byes here. Welcome runs here for Barbados. Not so much Leeward Islands.
Yeah, greatly accepted. Barbados, how much they needed that. Yeah, it missed everything. Didn't turn at all. If that had a hint of turn, that off stump would have been a goner. And as long as it touched that CG United mat down there, will run away to the boundary for 4. I like the fact that you asked, when are we going to see Claxton and Hector again? Wondering, because the spin is doing a fine job. It's been all spin ever since those first 2 overs. So I'm guessing this was a plan set by the Leeward Islands, and they're doing a fine job executing it.
This one is hit upishly, but into the gap. Fielder there, Moses comes around, limits the batter to a single. So well set field once again, and I think that's something that we spoke about in terms of the Barbados team, how well their fields have been set in response to the bowlers on show. Something else that we have to applaud both of these teams for is their planning. We saw even when the Barbados were bowling Connell, bowling to Kiana Joseph, we saw that there was a clear plan to bowl outside the off stump. Once again, at the start of this inning, just 1 over for each of the seamers, and then we saw the spinners coming into play. So certainly a lot of planning seemed to have gone wrong, both of these teams, and a plan without any sort of execution is just a wish. So it's good to see the players as well having that plan in place, but also executing. As the 14th over comes to an end, another good one there from Maynard. Barbados, they continue to lose their way somewhat in this middle phase. They're up to 66 for 3.
Yeah, tightening the screws even a bit tighter here at the Leeward Islands. Realizing the Barbados team don't really power the spin. Trying to choke the little life out of Barbados here with the spin. Trying to keep the flying fish under the water. No flying tonight. Trying to remember what's the main dish down there in Leeward Islands.
This one is played nicely. It's fine, but this side of the ground just quick the outfield, given the rains we had earlier. But 2 runs added to the total. Good start to this over, 15th over. That required run rate again, Kesrick, 7.54, something that we spoke about in terms of the speed at which it tends to accumulate, especially in that middle to back end of the innings. If the batting team is not able to walk the ball like they're doing now and get those occasional boundaries.
Yeah, they need to find some way to get a boundary at least every over here, or they would put themselves under unwanted pressure. It's creeping up every delivery, every dot ball, every single. Yeah, chance for a run out. They're turning her back there. Kalinda managed to still get 2.
Good bit of running in the end, putting a bit of pressure on the fielder in the circle there, St. John. Looking for that direct hit, missing it completely. Afforded the opportunity for a second, welcomed by the Barbados team. This one a bit slower. Using her feet was Alain. Gets it down to Leeward there on the deep long off boundary. Good over so far. 6 runs coming from it.
If I was the captain of the Leeward Island team, yeah, this is a good shot. This is good technique. Opening the face and running it down. Trying to look for a second. This could be trouble. This could be trouble. Yeah, the umpire is looking. She's not sure. Left the bat and dived in, and she sent it. What was she waiting on? It took a long time for her to make that decision.
Take the fact that she didn't have a bat there really went against her. Looking at it again. Good throw back into Boyce. Gathered, and yes, he's gone quite comfortably in the end. Not the best decision, a bit of a resistance in terms of coming for that second run initially. In the end, deciding to do so, and ended up being a wicket for Leeward Islands. A crucial wicket as this partnership was just beginning to gain a bit of momentum. But the Barbados women, they're up to 72 for 4. 73 for 4 actually, into over number 15.
Yeah, it took a while to make that decision. I was wondering why, because it was very clear. And a bit of indecision. It was a good shot. She opened the face, even though that the grass is a bit heavy because of the little drizzle a couple minutes ago. But at that point, there was a little bit of an indecision from Kalinda without the bat in hand. Decide to come through for the run. Yeah, she's gone for 14. In comes Selman. Haven't really scored for the tournament. A lot of experience. Knows what she's about. If it's a time that you need her to come to the party, it will be tonight.
This one is pulled out to that mid-wicket region. Shakira Selman hasn't done a lot with the ball as well in the tournament, primarily known as a fast bowler. And whenever she's been given the opportunity with the bat, hasn't really covered herself in glory, but we mentioned that she has the experience, and I'm sure she'll know what is required at this particular stage. Barbados looking at that required run rate again, up to 7.6 runs per over. So certainly will need to get a move on at some point, but they will need to be smart at doing so. And Edwards again getting a good over. 3 overs, none for 17. So she has been able to maintain a degree of control. In fact, all of the spinners in operation have managed to do such.
If you have a spinner that is bowling 3 overs for 9, they're definitely going to continue it off. Probably would see a pacer from the other end. Trying to give herself a little bit of room to cut the ball. Not getting any connection.
Show me Sikiana Joseph as well. I think she has 1 over remaining, so that's an over I'm sure the captain will want to get out of the way sooner rather than later, as this one allowed appeal. And for a moment there, the fielder there with the ball in hand had an opportunity to perhaps have a throw at the stumps. You look at this delivery. Close. Going across the line there was Selman.
Yeah, coming down with her back face closed as well. So giving half of the back face to the ball, not the full face, hitting it out to mid-wicket this time, looking for 2. Would she get there? Ooh. Oh my God, this could be trouble with a direct hit from the Leeward Islands fielder. Oh my God. Apart from this, the best feeling I've seen from any fielder throughout this tournament is can from Trinidad, but this can be better.
Brilliant there from Moses. There on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Had a lot of distance to cover there, Moses. There was Selman using her feet, getting that one out to that deep mid-wicket position would pick up, but a powerful throw indeed. And direct hit always makes things a bit interesting. It would be interesting to have a little bit, another look at that one, Kesrick. Yes, I think she's gone. Always makes a difference, the direct hit. Wasn't particularly pleased, Selman, with the decision, but having looked at the replay, I think the right decision was actually made.
Outstanding. That's the word for it. This puts the Leeward Islands in a position where they feel like they're dominating this game. It was good work. She got her wrong. It was a shot. It was hit just in front of mid-wicket. She's more straighter. More somewhat like a cow corner. Got her wrong nicely. Picked it up and a direct hit. Connell immediately starts scoring. Down the ground she goes. Just a single.
Just to add to that point, Keswick, I think a lot of the teams in this tournament, we have seen that they have designated boundary riders. When the Barbados were feeling, we spoke about Cumberbatch patrolling those areas. For Guyana, we saw the Williams sisters patrolling that area. And of course, tonight we've seen such electric feeling from the likes of Moses and Claxton in the outfield. It's always important, that aspect of the game in terms of your outfielding. And certainly that was brilliant there from Moses to effect that wicket, as Barbados up to 76 for 5, 101 delivery remaining in the 16th over.
Yeah, when you look at things, you mention it and it's correct. Look at the fielders on the boundary. Look at the fielder that's at short cover for the Leeward Islands in a catching position. She don't drop many. And look at the fielder that's at point. Someone like Alia Allen who likes to cut the ball, usually cuts the ball behind point. You have a Josiah Claxton there who's a gun fielder at point. Kiana Joseph, who would always catch the ball if it come at a catching height. It's a catch though.
Just about to mention a bit of a commentator's course.
He didn't say feel, I said catch.
Speaking of our efficiency there in that cover region, as we've seen once again, unfortunately for our viewers, a bit of a sharp shower coming down across the playing field. Ground staff already in position to bring the covers onto the ground. Not as heavy as previously, but we're hoping that at some point it stays away, because this is shaping up to be quite a finale here in the grand finale of things in the Cricket West Indies Women's T20 Blaze. So what we'll do now, we'll take a short break as the covers come on to the ground, and we'll resume whenever live action becomes possible.
ladies and gentlemen. And guess what? The news here from the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Arnisvale Cricket Stadium. The Leeward women have won the West Indies Women T20 Blaze 2026 by 6 runs. DLS method. Well, Kato, what do you have to say about that?
Quite deserving winners, the Leeward Island team. I thought that at the start of the tournament, they played a brand of cricket that is attractive to all, and they were able to consistently play that brand of cricket leading up to this finals and even in this finals as well. So the likes of their key players leading from the front, the likes of Hector, Captain Edwards, Kiana Joseph, didn't do well with the bat, but played a role with the ball as well throughout the tournament. And some youngsters coming to the likes of Claxton as well. So it was a very good all-round effort from the Leeward Island team, and I think that they are worthy winners of this T20 Blaze.
Yeah, congratulations to them. The way they have played really show how a team should plan and execute plans when it comes to cricket, not leaving Barbados out of it. Couple of shining stars there. The way how Aline led this team was outstanding. With bat, with ball, and in the field, the way how she played tonight, she was everywhere. And also want to shout out the leading wicket taker of the tournament, Naomi Cumberbatch from Barbados. Yeah, she bowled pretty well. Bowled with the new ball on her end for most of the tournament, where the ball is spinning into most of the players and they're hitting into the shorter end with the breeze and with good control, picking up the most wickets. And Ebony Brathwaite, the stars that she continued to give Barbados in this tournament is outstanding. Definitely one that we see that can propel and go forward in the future with her cricket. But congrats to Leewards. Really, really outstanding from them. Deserving victory. Celebrate tonight. Enjoy yourself. And we'll be back here again. Not at Arnisvale though. At different venues in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Park Hill, Sion Hill, and Cumberland for the one-day tournament. The females will be going for a little bit of drive on both sides of the country. Get to experience a little bit of our culture here in St. Vincent. And while they're doing that, get to experience maybe some of our tourist sites. St. Vincent, one of the most beautiful countries in the Caribbean. You don't want to miss an opportunity to come here. So, listeners, listen, come out and support this West Indies Women 50 over tournament. That will be starting next week. From us here in the Combox, Alanson Cruikshank, Kato, Stacien, Martin, and Roberts. We'll see you in the Super 50 tournament. Bye-bye.
The import supposed to be set to line. Start over.
After days of hard-fought cricket, a show of skill and determination, we have reached the moment where we celebrate excellence. Welcome everyone to the post-tournament presentation of the CG United's Women's T20 Blaze. Congratulations again to all teams participating in the tournament, and big congratulations to Leeward Islands, champion of this year's T20 Blaze. Before we begin, we must thank our sponsors and partners. A special thank you to CG United for their continued support, not just an excellent sponsor, but excels as a leader in insurance as well. Also special mention to Cricket West Indies for their leadership in developing women's cricket across the region.
Friday.
We would also want to acknowledge and welcome the panel members who will assist with the presentation awards tonight. The Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Dr. Honorable Godwin Friday, Honorable Kashaka Cupid, Minister of Youth, Sports and Culture, Samuel Holder, Secretary of St. Vincent and the Grenadines Cricket Association, Dougal James, President of St. Vincent and the Grenadines Cricket Association, and the Honorable Israel Bush.
Alright,
Now, without further delay,
we'll begin
the presentation award and prize-giving ceremony. We'll first like to start off with the player of the match for a brilliant 58. That award will be presented by Samuel Holder. Just ask Samuel Holder to assist with that presentation. Just have a word as well with Shanisha Hector while she awaits to collect her award. award, Shanisha. Shanisha, congratulations to you. Brilliant knock as well. Just tell us about that knock tonight.
Well, that knock tonight was,
Honestly, I could turn up the speakers out.
and somebody to stand back. So,
You've also seen great improvement in your batting. What can you credit that improvement to?
well, I could credit it to West Indies camp, about 10 weeks in camp, working on batting, fitness, and that played a big part.
All right, congratulations to you, Shanisha. Player of the match. Collect your award from Mr. Samuel Holder.
One mad sick. One mad sick.
One man say.
Mad sick.
Yes, we continue with the awards tonight. The award for most catches in this tournament. And that award goes to Nijani Kamabat of Barbados. That award will be presented by Mr. Kashaka Cupid, Honorable Kashaka Cupid, Minister of Youth, Sports and Culture. Let's continue with our awards tonight. The Best Keeper Award, and it's a tie between Mandy Mangru and Rashada Williams. Mandy Mangru of Guyana and Rashada Williams of Jamaica. 7 dismissals apiece. That award will be presented by Samuel Holder. We just ask Samuel Holder to step forward and present the award to the joint award to Rashada Williams and Mandy Mangru. Moving swiftly along, present the award for Best Bowler in the tournament. With a show of guile and flight throughout this entire tournament, that award goes to Ashmini Munisa of Guyana. That award will also be presented by Mr. Dougal James, President of St. Vincent and the Grenadines Cricket Board. Congratulations to you, Ashmini Munisa. Certainly you want to look forward to in the future with ball in hand.
Look over here.
And now we get to the Best Batter Award. She's already collected 1 award tonight for Player of the Match. That award goes to Shanisha Hector. 136 runs in the tournament. Dubai James once more will assist with the presentation of the award. And we just ask Dubai James and Shanisha Hector to stay put, as we also have the Best All-Rounder Award. With 9 wickets to her name. That award also goes to Shanisha Hector. 5 catches as well. At this moment in time, we'd just like to ask the captain of Barbados team, Alia Alin, to come forward and have a word with us and then collect for medals and runners up check for $10,000. Commiserations to you, Alia Alin. If you were to pinpoint what went wrong today, what would you put your finger on?
I would say anything went wrong. I think if we had the opportunity to do everything, I would have backed my team to get us started today. Unfortunately, this is how it was. It's a bit disappointing, but
yeah, something we must commend Barbados for. We noticed the responsibilities given to the youngsters in the tournament up front with ball and bat. How important is that experience for the youths in this tournament and the future of Barbados cricket?
we always say that the youth is the future, and I am very proud and happy to see that when given the opportunity, our youth showed a hand. We had one time that came so close to getting motivation. She did a wonderful job, and you had Tiani too, especially getting some good figures out there too.
Commiserations to you again. A well-played tournament to you, Alia Alin. Just collect your medals and the runners of check
from the Honorable Israel Bruce. It was a well-fought final from start to end. Unfortunately, to end with rain, but Barbados certainly displayed exceptional talent throughout this tournament. And now we'd like to present the trophy and the medals to the captain of Leeward Islands women, Amanda Edwards. Amanda Edwards is King of the World with me to collect the trophy from Friday. Congratulations to you again, Amanda. Just speak to us quickly about your plans and preparations heading into this tournament after you got so close last year.
The difference is Leeward, we are 3 small islands, and it's very difficult to have training sessions. So we have a camp late in the camp, and then to come together, calm and cool in the tournament, no pressure, came out victorious.
I'm sure the fans and everyone wants to know you have some passionate fans as well. You have created history here. The first time Leeward Islands women have won the trophy in this regional T20 blaze. Just speak to us about the emotions around the team.
Yeah, we are very overwhelmed about this win, and the spirit in our camp is very high, and the motivation with each other, and build it, and
Congratulations to you again, Amanda. And there you have it, Amanda Edwards and Leeward Islands, champions of this year's Women's CG from Honorable Kashaka Cupid, $20,000 US. Also collect your medals. We'd also like to ask the team to come into photo as they collect their championship from Friday, Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Leeward Islands playing
An unblemished tournament, winning all of their games, and then went on to win the final. So congratulations again to Leeward Islands, calling themselves the Leeward Islands Stormers.
You all pack up for the 50 over. We everyone in my holy flag with the flag.
You probably wouldn't see, I gotta tell you. Check again. I Are we done? I thought we had to like close out to end it.
Boy, it looks like
Well, is it I done, eh?
I don't understand it.
As the Leeward Islands celebrate, we'd like to thank everyone that made this tournament possible. Siege United, Cricket, West Indies, the ground staff, umpires, match referee, and all the players and fans that showed up here at the Annisville playing fields and the fans online as well. So on behalf of the production crew and myself, we would like to thank you, and we'll see you at the Siege United's Women's 50 Over Tournament, which starts on the 26th of January.